Hello. YouTube says you are now live. Yay, you're now live. I was trying to change some settings on the stream. There is an option to make like a dual stream, something like the screen that you see now, plus another one that is just for like a vertical video, I suppose, for shorts. But when I enabled that, it only showed this part of the video, and I'm not there actually, and there's no option to move to the side. It just has to use the center for whatever reason, so it is what it is. Okay. Let me just refresh this for a second. How is this working? Oh, somebody is clicking some smileys, emojis, nice. Okie dokie. So, how are you all? How have you all been? What's going on? What's going on YouTube world, on the whatever world, you know? What's up? Talk to me so I can respond. Inni, I'm blind. No one you know, welcome in. Ini Tux 111, welcome in. Hamid, welcome in. Harish, I need to increase my letter size. Harish Harote, welcome in. Depressed. Okay. I hope not. I hope not, because why not? Let me just send one email. There we go. Okay, one email sent, because why not send emails while doing a live stream? No, okay. Yeah, I need to increase my... How do I increase my font size? Why is this... Zoom 150, 175. That looks good, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Sorry, I'm just playing with my stream options here. What if I... Oh, where did it go now? Okay. Fine, looks fine. Oh, nice. I can see a lot more text now. That's nice. Good. So, the depressed question or the answer. I mean, why? Because I'm gonna be honest for a second. Not that I'm lying anytime, but you know, the honesty in terms of sharing some private stuff. That's what I meant. And I do have a lot of anxiety in my life, and I'm like an anxious person for quite a lot. And I did have a lot of shitty troubles with that. And a lot of people told me who are not anxious. A lot of people gave me an advice, which was something like, just turn it off. I was like, what do you mean? Just turn off the anxiety. Like, don't do it. Don't think about it. You can do it. And I was like, yo, it doesn't work that way. You know? I appreciate that you're healthy, you know, in your mind, but you can't just turn off this shit. But yeah, it's a lot of work. So I'm not depressed, but I suspect it's a similar challenge to overcome within your brain. So it's not just like something that you can turn off, but you can try to work on it, I suppose. It's usually you need tools. They call them tools. You know how to deal with this and that and what can help you as tools. You know, and what can draw you out of the shithole. Intuix says, just read about people complaining about NVIDIA for dropping support for the old NVIDIA. Why are they complaining now? Why complain now? This has been announced by NVIDIA at least a year ago, for what I remember. So it's nothing new. I mean, if they want to drop support, you will buy a new NVIDIA card because NVIDIA told you so. So why even bother, being, how do you say, why even bother complaining, right? Just buy a new one. Grey Devorator 49. Heyo, my cat won't leave me alone. Help! You should pet the cat. You should pet the cat until the cat says stop, which is something that will never happen. Hamid says, thank you listening. Thank you too for being here. If I can say anything smart more, let me know, but I'm not that smart, at least not to when it comes to dealing with personal problems. I have some of my own and usually ask assistance from someone else. Harish Harote, 123. Stability and performance for servers, firewalls, and network appliances. Netflix and WhatsApp use FreeBSD. Netflix and WhatsApp use FreeBSD. I mean, PlayStation uses FreeBSD for their device. Apple uses a lot of FreeBSD components. Maybe throughout the time they have, how do you say it in English? Maybe maybe it's a lesser percentage now of the actual BSD, FreeBSD for that matter, in the Mac OS or the iPhones and stuff like that. But generally, they did start with a lot of components from there. So there is a lot of good stuff going on in FreeBSD, and it's not that Linux doesn't have all the good stuff. It's just that when you see that a lot of companies use FreeBSD, a lot of times it boils down to the licensing, because Linux uses a very restrictive licensing model, and this is not always ideal for companies to pick and sell. So yeah, all of the BSDs are usually equipped with very permissive licensing, and this is something that helps them. I mean, helps them. It doesn't directly help the operating system, the fact that any company can just take it and use whatever. But sometimes these companies do contribute back. So in those cases, it's actually a good thing. So I guess time will tell if in the long run is the permissive licensing model better than the restrictive one from the Linux kernel. But generally, if we look at where we are now, I think the restrictive model is kind of winning. I mean, Linux is in bazillions of devices in the world, starting with the Android phones, right? So every Android phone runs Linux. Then switching to, I don't know, Americans use this operating system from Google. What's the name? The thing that comes on a cheap laptop, Chrome OS. Yeah, that's Linux as well. Then you have to go to the internet at home, and every service provider brings you internet connected via some kind of a router, and pretty much in 99% of cases it's a Linux-based router. So there is that. Also, the majority of servers online, so when you go to Facebook, when you go to x.com, when you go to maybe even microsoft.com, usually it's a Linux server behind the scenes. I mean, Microsoft is earning a hell lot of money on their Azure services, which is their cloud. And I'm not 100% sure. Maybe you guys can look it up for me, but I think like the majority of Microsoft Cloud services is actually running Linux. So there is that. And it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm not that familiar in terms of where is you know, a FreeBSD installed. I just know a couple of known cases. So whatever you mentioned in chat, I already knew that, but that's about it for my knowledge, right? About where we are with the FreeBSD being used in really high volume, you know, businesses. I don't know if that's a good way to put it. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the with a lot of the chat from before. So Hamid said, "Incredible advice, thank you." And I don't know if I read that already, but thank you for being here. Blackjack says, "Lizard brain." Okay, I don't know what that means. I'm not a native English speaker, so I kind of missed some of the slang from various countries. XGUI says hardware support is better on GNU. Where did I stop? On GNU/Linux. Okay. Well, Linux has been working a lot on supporting consumer devices, and not just Linux developers per se, but also a lot of companies are contributing their own drivers to Linux. For example, Wi-Fi is a bit sucky on FreeBSD or any other BSDs. And the reason for that is because, for example, if you have Intel Wi-Fi card, if you have a Realtek Wi-Fi card, or stuff like that, it's not easy to reverse engineer these drivers in order to get them to work on any BSDs. It's not easy to get them to work on Linux either. But on Linux, Intel comes along and puts their drivers in Linux. And now Linux users have drivers, not because Linux is more capable programming team, but because Intel is the one who decided to give their drivers to Linux, and they didn't give them to FreeBSD. So what we now have is FreeBSD is trying to emulate the driver stack from Linux so that they can run Linux drivers for Wi-Fi. You know, it's a bit of a shitty situation. I mean, if you want a pure BSD system, if you're some kind of a purist, then yeah, you're not going to like this. But if you just want stuff to work, then yeah, it's good. Intux, people just hating NVIDIA for the sake of hating NVIDIA. That's fine. That's fine. Intux, so sorry for not noticing this earlier. Welcome to joining my channel. Thank you very much. I hope you like it here. You should already get... you have a blue hat. That means that you already was my channel member. Sorry. I now remember that I have you on the names on the ending of my videos. Have you gamed on FreeBSD? How is the gaming experience on BSD compared to Linux? Pretty much no. Honestly, I don't expect gaming to happen on FreeBSD unless some for-profit company has a reason to invest in FreeBSD like Sony did with PlayStation, right? But Sony PlayStation being based on FreeBSD doesn't mean that FreeBSD users are benefiting from the fact that PlayStation is based on FreeBSD. That's the permissive licensing issue. So FreeBSD users get nothing from Sony, while Sony gets everything. That part is a bit shit. Also, well, here's my take. If Valve... I mean, let's be honest. There would be no gaming on Linux today if there wasn't for Valve. They did a lot of heavy lifting, if not the most, you know. So there needs to be a for-profit company that has a reason to invest in the operating system, so to speak. So you guys, you have the homework to think about, and you can type in chat immediately if you have an opinion. What would it take for Valve to have a business reason to invest into FreeBSD? Because they already have Linux, so why would they? One of the reasons, or maybe the main reason why Valve even how do you say it? Why Valve even bothered with Linux is because Windows 8 came along with a built-in store, and Valve shit their pants thinking that Microsoft is going to take all of their gaming away from Steam into Windows Store, because Microsoft definitely has the power to do that. They could tell Valve to bye-bye and, just say all of the games now run through our store, and you can't have Steam on our operating system. So that is a possibility which Microsoft didn't do, but Valve was like, okay, let's make a backup solution. Let's try to make it work Steam on Linux, right? So the first attempt was a total failure, but nevertheless they continued the development. They made a new model with Proton translation layer. The first one was without the translation layer. They just thought that developers would want to port games to Linux. Developers said, no, I just don't want to bother. So they made Windows games work on Linux. And now that Windows games work on Linux, thanks to Valve, Valve in theory could do the same on FreeBSD, because on FreeBSD you have Radeon drivers, they're good. You have NVIDIA drivers, official ones from NVIDIA. Who of you didn't know? NVIDIA makes official drivers for both Linux and FreeBSD. So from the driver perspective, it's pretty good. Not perfect, but good. And the Steam as an application, it's not a big job to port it to work on FreeBSD. You can use it right now through the Linux compatibility layer called Linux Ladder. But generally, Valve could port it to FreeBSD. That's an easy part of the job. They could adapt Proton to work with what is it called? With the Vulkan drivers on FreeBSD. I don't believe that's a lot of modifications in comparison to what they already did on Linux. So what it all comes down to, someone needs to have a reason why they want to do that on FreeBSD. And without some kind of monetary investment, I don't think that the community will go out of their way to port everything that's required for gaming to work on FreeBSD, especially because if you want Steam to even run on FreeBSD, you have to run it to Linux compatibility layer, and there is a lot of compatibility layers involved here. So I don't know. I just don't think that will happen at all. And what's the original question was, how is the state of gaming on FreeBSD? I think it's just not there. I didn't really try it, but from the information that I gathered, the vast majority of FreeBSD users are simply not that interested in video games. And it's not like they are asking for this functionality to even happen. The demand is pretty low. The only users who are really interested in gaming on FreeBSD are actually Linux users. So from that perspective, it's kind of funny. Gray Devorator 49. Also, my name is just Gray. This YouTube account is just for lurking. Okay, sorry, Gray. Skyline, if you want actual up-to-date packages and also more support for applications. Okay, my chat is gone now. I lost my place. If you want, where was it? If you want actual up-to-date packages and also more support for apps,
just use GNU/Linux. I don't know what you are trying to say with that, but thumbs up for that. XGUI Studio and me, I'm staying on GNU/Linux mainly for technical reasons, especially hardware support, but I'm still trying FreeBSD. Okay, I mean, trying is nice and interesting, gives you a little bit more knowledge. Sylvain, okay, that's hard to pronounce. Sylvainalane. Sylvainalane. Linux has better hardware support, but man, ZFS is a killer feature. I use Btrfs on my Linux box. I use TrueNAS for my NAS. I don't use Butter file system on my Linux because I don't really have the use case for it, and it's generally less stable than X4. So I didn't really find a proper reason. You know, I did use it for a while. I just never really used any of its features that X4 doesn't have, while at the same time exposing myself to potential problems with my data. It's stable, but simply X4 is a lot more mature. And for my personal use case, I didn't find a reason why I would switch. And I also use TrueNAS for my NAS, and TrueNAS is based on Linux now, so there is that. We're still inside the Linux bubble here, right? And yeah, ZFS is absolutely awesome for hardware based for storage file system, I meant. And ever since ZFS switched fully to OpenZFS, which is now exactly the same on FreeBSD and on Linux, maybe even a little bit newer now on Linux, if I'm not mistaken. The file system alone is not the reason to use FreeBSD over Linux, simply because both have the exact same file system. I have ZFS on my Debian Linux. It's not my root file system, but I do have it installed, and I do have it on 2 hard drives that are mirrored through ZFS. So, you know, the file system alone is not the reason why someone would pick FreeBSD over Linux. It used to be the reason. Now it's not. Now you need some other reasoning. Permissive Harish Harote, permissive BSD license allowing use in closed source projects, Apple Mac OS. Yeah, I sense nonsense. Why the Red Hat? Do you work at Red Hat? Nope. I was in front of a hat store or hat shop in London, in UK, and there was this hat in the in the glass window, and the hat was looking at me, and I was looking back at the hat, and we were like, yeah, buy me. Yeah, you want to buy me, right? And I went in, I bought the hat, and I just use it as a prop for my live streams and for my offline streams and whatnot. It was like let's do something crazy to stand out a little bit, and that's about the scope of the reasoning for the hat. The human brain is still very old, doing things that don't make sense anymore. XGOI says I'm still an intermediate in Linux. This is why GNU I wanted to say slash GNU license is better. It's not GNU license. You got me confused for a moment. There is no GNU. I mean, you know what I'm saying. It's not called that way. Intux, that's the nice thing that Valve's contributions makes gaming on Linux better for everyone. Yep. This is one of the reasons why I was able to fully switch to Linux a couple of years ago, and I no longer have any need for Windows, because gaming was one of the last things that I really needed Windows for, and now I don't need it anymore.
Sylvain, I tested my laptop with FreeBSD 14.3 and it works really good. FreeBSD 15 is not working on the same laptop, black screen, but it's a and GPU error. I suspect you are trying to say that you have a GPU issue. What is the GPU that you have in that laptop? I'm just curious. Maybe we can fix it. Intuix says, yeah, I was subscribed before, but it couldn't change for the level, so I just resubscribe now. You couldn't change it. You couldn't change the level. Really? The level cannot be changed? I didn't know that. I Sense Nonsense is asking, why the red hat? Do you work at said company or your script kiddie or my script kiddie lead hacker? What do you mean my script kiddie? I did answer about the hat already, so sorry for being delayed with reading. I talk too much. I Sense Nonsense says, is this one of those places where I mentioned Landuk Journal and get banned? No, you can talk about Landuk all you want here. Don't worry about it. If you have a good topic to discuss about Landuk, bring it forward. We can talk about it. No issues there. Null 5157. There's a small group of people working on GPU pass-through on FreeBSD as well. I am not a GPU pass-through fan. I understand that this is a legit feature and you could use FreeBSD as your main operating system and then use like your slave operating system, let's say Linux, just for gaming. When I really use an operating system, I want to really use it. And this is a personal choice, and I'm not telling anyone that they're doing it wrong. It's just that how I feel deep inside me. If I tell people I use Linux, that means I use Linux. You know, I would be ashamed to say that I use Windows in a virtual machine because I cannot live without Windows. But that's not really using Windows, is it? That's actually using Linux with Windows on top. No, it's not. But it's not that I'm trying to shame anyone else who is doing that, because if you need to do that, like Windows in a VM, there is a reason why you need to do that, and that's fine. It's just that I don't want to do that. I don't want. I don't want the pass-through thing. You know, it's. It is what it is. That's how I feel. That's how I want to use my computer. I want only one operating system, and that's about it. On the main computer that I have here, it's Linux Debian. On the laptop over there, I have OpenBSD installed. That's what I have been testing for like 2 months already. On this laptop here, I have FreeBSD 15 installed now. I just started testing it. And I do it like that, right? I just shuffle the things that I'm actively testing on one of my laptops, and usually the main operating system just stays on my main production. I mean the computer from which I'm streaming right now. This is like my main PC, and everything is on it. I have stuff copied on my laptops as well, but basically everything that I have is on this machine. Plus the storage, which is network storage, like through NAS. But what I'm saying is, this machine is for streaming, this machine is for video editing, this machine is for playing video games, this machine is for sending emails, this machine is for watching YouTube, this machine is for watching movies and TV shows, this machine is for chat. Did I say web browsing? But basically everything that I do, everything is being done on this computer, and this computer is pretty punchy. I do have only 16 gigabytes of RAM, but so far I have been managing to fit within the limits of 16 gigs. I was considering upgrading to 32. but now the RAM prices went skyrocket, and I'm like, shit, bad timing. But yeah, other than that, my computer is pretty good. Okay, let me just rewind a little bit to lead Hacksaw. And there, Null says, okay, my friend does on FreeBSD using a VM. As I said, that's fine. Null, from what little I've done gaming on FreeBSD, it's about where gaming on Linux was about 10 years ago. Yeah, I suppose. I played a couple of video games on OpenBSD as well, but those were free games like Xonotic, and I got stuck. What's the name of a excellent turn-based strategy game? It's 20 years old now, still being developed actively, has an active community, free software game. Starts with a W, I think. Battle for Westnot. Yeah, that one I played on OpenBSD. Yeah, Westnot. Thank you very much. That's a really good one. FreeBSD has one issue, in my opinion. Why did you type soft firmware? I don't know what soft firmware is. You should explain this to me. I'm interested to learn. XGUI said, true, I love gaming and I'm an arch user. Valberg forged. I've got a ThinkPad. I've been thinking about trying FreeBSD on. Need something new to learn. That's a good opportunity. This is exactly how I do it. And I just reuse one of the older computers that I have and put the new operating system on it. And just learn that way, because in a virtual machine, it's not a good experience. XGUI says Landok is not a clown, which would mean that someone said that he is a clown. I didn't see that. I didn't see anyone calling anyone clown. Eugenius Naumenko, hello there. And I skipped a couple of messages again. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up, but I'm really bad at catching up with chat. Intuix says, I've seen someone set up DaVinci Resolve on what? Intux, you've seen someone set up DaVinci Resolve for editing videos? Set up on which operating system? The fragmentation has advantages. The force of Linux diversity of choice. There is no fragmentation, only diversity. Linux Renaissance was a bit apologetic and didn't understand what the issue was. That pisses me off because they stole NixOS from Ilko just to stagnate the operating system. Hey, you got. I sensed nonsense. You lost me for a moment. I was apologetic about what? I got lost in topics here. Who stole NixOS to stagnate what? Are your messages all in chat? I feel like I'm missing some of your messages for context. Muhammad says, you think Resolve in Linux supports video formats normally? Yeah, only if you pay. The free one doesn't support any formats, just AV1 and maybe Apple ProRes. You need to convert videos to MOV first, which consumes time and delay projects. Yeah, I do that. I don't convert to MOV. I just leave them as MP4 or MKV, but I convert them to AV one format because that's the one that is supported in the free version of Resolve. So yeah, it does delay a bit, but I re-encode with my GPU, so it's not that long for the conversion. Yeah, it is a delay. Yeah, it's a bit of an annoyance. I sense nonsense says I'm still not convinced he's not facetious. Let me Google that for a second. Facetious. Facetious. That means playfully jocular or humorous. Okay, playfully jocular. Okay, let's see what jocular means. Joking. So I sense nonsense is still not sure that I'm not joking. Whereas the Red Hat doesn't know it means either pen test, hacker, or working with Red Hat Enterprise Linux. No, it's not that I didn't know. You failed to understand my joke. You said your script kiddies. That's what I was making fun of. Because I understand that you meant you are, but you typed your, and your is not the same as you are. So sorry, but that was the thing that I was making fun of, the grammar. And I'm a little bit of a grammar Nazi, although I'm really not a native English speaker and I suck at grammar, but native English speakers are often worse than I am. So that's kind of interesting, to say the least. But yeah, I don't work for Red Hat. I mean, would I complain about working for Red Hat? That depends on how much they would pay me, because at Red Hat, or better say IBM, because Red Hat is no longer a company. At IBM, there are jobs which you can do to make the world a better place. It's not like everything is, shitty job. So they do have jobs that are good, but, it would depend on what's the pay. Get fit, eat right. We all know BSD is better. Apple sure knows it. Yep. We are all using Linux because of the community and software. That's also true. There is a lot of software support on Linux, and the community part, there is a lot of community on BSDs as well, especially on FreeBSD. But the software support, yeah, it's kind of wild actually. I tried to set up a couple of BSD servers for my PeerTube, for my Matrix server, and a couple more stuff. And like Uptime Kuma for monitoring my services. And you have to do a couple of workarounds. It's not very straightforward, simply because these things are designed to be deployed to Linux, and BSDs are kind of a second look for the developers, and then the community comes in and helps these projects to be well served on BSDs. And over time, it does become like a first-class citizen on the BSDs, but not immediately. So from whichever perspective you watch it, there is always more software support on the Linux. It's a little bit harder to get some cool new stuff on BSDs if the developer just doesn't have time. A lot of developers are very lazy. Actually, when you see, like when you go to some project and you download the server software something, and when you see the download button proudly nudging you towards the Docker container model, like this is what we recommend. This is my cue that this developer is a little bit lazy. Not that Docker containers are bad, they are really good for what they do. It's just that with containers, developers can allow themselves to be lazy, to not support too many systems and just package what they want into this container and give it to you and say, I don't care what Linux you have, just run this and everything is inside, all of the libraries, all of the databases, everything is in there, pre-configured, it works, just run it. And you can't do that on FreeBSD because Docker doesn't work on FreeBSD. So this lazy developer would now have to use some other method which exists on FreeBSD, but it's more work for him. So I don't know, but generally, yeah, there is a lot of support for software on Linux compared to the BSDs. iSense Nonsense says, check your feed settings. Is there like 1-2 minutes delay? No, there is no delay in the stream. It's that I talk slowly and I try to answer questions one by one instead of skipping them. But okay, let's skip all of the questions now, and I will respond to the latest one, and then you will see what the delay is. Agent says, hello, nice beard. I hope to grow a similar one day. Agent 818, check out my live stream from July, this year, July, and it was a vertical video because I was live streaming from my phone. You will see my beard. It was like, I think it was like to here, but I cut half. I cut off half of it. I'm actually thinking about cutting it all together because I got bored. Alexei Shilin, welcome in. Hi everyone, clickbait title. It worked. Thumbs up for that. Intuix, I was talking about what it seems easy to set up and use DaVinci Resolve on Linux because I've seen someone who uses it for their editing YouTube on Linux and they set it up within 5 minutes. Yeah, it's set up in 5 minutes, exactly. On Debian, you just download the little tool that converts the .run file into Debian into .deb file, and you just install it with apt, and it's done like that. Get fit it right. Here you go, grammar Nazi. I sudoed into root cause the kernel won't boot, so I change mod 7.7 the whole ets folder. There you have it. I'm not triggered by the grammar. Don't get me wrong. This doesn't trigger me. It's just an opportunity for me to have fun. Alexei says they're not lazy. They just want control over their runtime environment. Otherwise, debugging can become a nightmare. Maybe that is it. Šta kažeš? Pa ne idemo još. Ne idemo za pola sata. A šta nisi ušla? Ok, ajde idemo. Ajde. Yes, I need a break. I need to be a taxi driver for a couple of minutes. And I'll be back in 15 minutes. There is nothing I can do about it. It is what it is. Let me do Kate here. Kate. Where is Kate? Something got jammed. Okay. Why is my everything got jammed? Why is this happening? I have some issues with my computer. I cannot run the terminal. Oh, I can run it with the run command. Okay. Okay. I'll be back in 15 minutes. So who is here? Good. Who is not here? Also good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Okay. Looks like this worked. Back to full screen. What did I miss? If I missed anything. Where's my web browser? Where's my web browser? Oh no. Why did my web browser get jammed or something? What's going on with this computer? KDE Plasma is gone to shit. Yeah, so here goes. I was supposed to drive my daughter to somewhere where she needs to go, and I figured like I have more than 1 hour, and I was like, okay, let's do a 1 hour stream. That was the idea, to do a short little 1 hour stream. And half an hour goes, and she tells me like, my class already started, why didn't we go? And I was like, were we not supposed to go in like half an hour? No, it already started. Oh, okay, let's do it. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I sense nonsense. Okay, you made a pretty apologetic video on the problem with woke in Linux. Are you not aware of SUSE Nazi purge, the NixOS takeover drama, or Ex Libre? I'm aware of all of that. I wasn't. How do I put it? These people who you are talking about, I wasn't saying that they are good. I was saying that the word woke is generally good. It is supposed to be good. It is supposed to be inclusive. That was the point. And here we have some extremists, which you have mentioned in chat, which don't do such a good job at being inclusive and woke. So I'm not sure if they are really woke. You know, they might think that they are, but the word doesn't quite fit into what they do. So it wasn't supposed to be apologetic for anyone. It was supposed to be, why the hell cannot we all work together? Because I think I said it in a similar way in the video, but you know, if you have like I want more people on Linux, BSDs, whatever, free software, and if people come and tell me why would I switch to Linux because I have all of the software here, I don't care. How do I help them to understand why this could be better for them? Because there is always this argument, like for what is it called, Windows, the thing that screenshots your desktop, the new feature, the privacy shithole. There is always this argument, I have nothing to hide, and I always roll my eyes on this argument in terms of they don't want privacy because they don't need it, right? And let Microsoft sniff on everything that they do. It's fine. I have nothing to hide. Yeah, until they discover that you actually do have something to hide, and you weren't really aware of the fact that it doesn't have to be illegal. And I'm not even saying that. It's just that you have something private that you didn't really want to share with anyone. You know, it's your private shit, and now it's no longer private. And that's because you used software that eventually had a breach. I'm not even saying that Microsoft would steal your data. I'm just saying that things can happen. You know, if your database of all these screenshots is central and elite hackers know exactly where to target your computer, and you didn't really patch your Windows in time, and elite hacker has entered your computer and he knew exactly which thing he needs to take and he now has the pictures of your kids. I don't know, and that's not really a good thing either for you or for these kids when they grow up with all their pictures all over the internet. So I'm saying you got nothing to hide. It's not a good argument. Go with some privacy respecting operating system. Yes, I know it doesn't have Adobe Photoshop, but if you really need it, maybe use Adobe Photoshop on this computer and don't put your private stuff on that computer. Put your private stuff on your private computer. So that's doable, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying proprietary software in general should be avoided 100%, because in some cases you can't. You need proprietary software to earn money because that's how the world works. But generally, you can separate some things. And with all of the smartphones that we have nowadays, a lot of not very private stuff is following you around all the time. So I don't know. It's a long river of teaching people what are their options, and sometimes more privacy focused options are more difficult to use because of the design. But if you enter a problematic moment where your data got stolen because you used some proprietary software for which you believed that it wouldn't leak your data, but you didn't really know what the software does, then I guess it's on you. I mean, I just try to give people an information why Linux is good, why you might want to use it, how you might use it. Like, here's a review of this distribution, of this distribution. All of them are good in their own way. This one is more for this kind of a user. This one is more for this kind of a user. But generally, with all the Linux distributions, you get basically the same software support. So that's good. You get the same hardware support. So that's good. And yeah, some software is missing. Some proprietary software is missing. I'm aware of that. And it is what it is. Don't expect to use it on Linux. Use it somewhere else. Hello, Linkarzu. Sent you a message in Element. Should I read it right now? Let's. I can't. I have some problems with Plasma. I can't launch applications. Something got stuck. I pressed the super button and started typing K, and I wanted console. And the launcher for the like start menu launcher thingy it got frozen with the letter K written, and I cannot close it. I cannot do anything with it. There are no icons in it. I cannot click the icons on the status bar on the bottom. Everything is frozen. I have no idea what process I need to kill, and I frankly don't want to do that while the streaming is running. I just don't care. So I'm gonna read. Actually, I can read your message on the phone. That's an option. That's an option as well. That's an option. Interview coming. Okay, I'm not going to read out loud all of this. Maybe a secret that you're going to announce. I don't know, but I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe on the Friday. I don't have any taxi. So we can if you're still here, we can stay in touch. I believe I will be free, and there are some more messages incoming. You can read it. Yeah, so it's all good. Interview with DT, Tony, and Andrea Andrea Borman. I wanted to invite her as well. I guess she is going to be on two YouTube channels. I was actually planning to invite her and talk to her. Sign me up. I want to be there. Andrea is cool. Andrea is super cool. Yeah. I sense nonsense, no issues with making fun with bad grammar. Thank you very much. What is your native language? It's Japanese. I sense nonsense. God damn it, asked some tough questions and the Matrix came to take him away. That's sure. Run, Neo, run. God damn it. And he leaves before reading my comment. It is what it is. People from Croatia usually speak Croatian. No, it's Japanese. Don't be fooled with people who tell you that in Croatia we speak Croatian. That's not true. Cool Matrix screen. It's like Klingon. More people of Michigan. I need to skip some of these questions. Sorry, I will never catch up with what is new. Recall. Yeah, it's called Recall. Yeah, thank you very much. I sense nonsense. I wish I could switch to Linux, but Linux has always been sabotaged from within. Everything from compatibility to GUI. It's always been borked or barely usable. Not server side. Server is great. Let's unpack this for a moment, whether you're still here in chat or no. Linux has always been sabotaged from within. Okay, maybe that's correct. Let's see what you said exactly. Everything from compatibility. Okay, so which compatibility are we talking about? I have been using free software on Windows for many years, and when I switched fully to Linux, I continued using the exact same set of applications that I always used, and I'm not sure what the compatibility issue here is, but fine. Maybe you meant something else, but I misunderstood. So the GUI is a problem for you as well. So I know Alexei in chat here, the moderator, he uses GNOME, and he really he really feels it. Like it's kind of designed for the workflow that he finds like a pleasure to deal with. So that's one type of people. So you got GNOME for him and all of the other people who use GNOME. Then you have KDE. I use KDE Plasma. I think it's really good. I feel at home, except for this frozen thing. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna see later on. It does have some bugs, that's for sure, but generally I think Plasma is designed just the way I like it, and I don't have any, except for the bugs, I don't have any issues that I could say, okay, I really don't like this. There are some functionalities that are missing in Plasma that I would like to have, and people always bitch about Plasma has too many features. No, I want more. I want more. So yeah, I'm not even kidding. I want more. And it's always been borked or barely usable. So yeah, you have a problem with compatibility and GUI. You're going to have to explain a little bit more. The vast majority of people use Microsoft Office, Adobe, AutoCAD, Fusion, just to mention a few. It's always been hell to get it to work on Linux. GPU pass know-how has been censored. GPU pass-through is not a thing. I mean, it is a thing, but I wouldn't recommend it. Because if you're using Windows on Linux, then why the hell are you using Linux at all? I don't understand. I don't understand why do you do that. Just dual boot, you know. I don't get it. What else I was going to say? Oh yeah, the proprietary software, right? In one of my previous companies, I have had to use Microsoft Excel, because the official software that we used for something internal in the company was written in Microsoft Excel and has used Excel macros in Microsoft Excel basic language. And this couldn't work on LibreOffice because LibreOffice uses something else. It does have somewhat similar functionality, but you have to rewrite everything if you want it to work on LibreOffice. So that's a no. So that's a big no. It's not a compatibility issue. It just will never work. From that perspective, it is what it is. Most companies don't do such stupid moves. In my previous company, one of my daily tasks was making a new, like configuring a new IPPBX, and I would need to create like 500 users. And the way I would do that, I would manually create one new user, another new user, and set up all of the settings for them through the GUI interface. And when I'm fully satisfied with how these users are configured, they would be configured the same. I would then download the comma-separated values file, and I would open it in LibreOffice because it's better than Excel. And I would just copy-paste this same user like 500 times and only alter the changes that I wanted to be different between these 500 users, and then I would upload back the CSV file back on the server. With Microsoft Excel, I couldn't do this fast enough because Microsoft Excel is worse than LibreOffice Calc in this particular use case that I needed, because in LibreOffice, when you open CSV, it asks you, are you happy with this way of opening the CSV into spreadsheet? I said, okay. I edit the file and I save it and I'm done. In Microsoft Excel, when I open the CSV, I get everything in the first column. And then I have to select the first column, then I need to go to data, then I need to convert it to the spreadsheet mode, then I need to tell it which delimiter I want to use, and when it's finally converted, when I finally finish editing, then I save it as a CSV, and then Microsoft Excel changes all of the commas in the file for the semicolons, and that's the problem of creation language settings in Windows. I'm aware that this is a me problem, but I cannot change the language settings from Croatian to English because I live in Croatia, and Excel in Croatian Windows changes all of the commas to semicolons because Excel thinks that this is how it should be. And I cannot upload the semicolon separated file back to the server because it doesn't work. Then I need to open the edited file from after Microsoft Excel in the Notepad++, and then replace all of the semicolons to the commas, save it again, and then upload it. And I waste so much time on the stupid Excel functionality that has been properly implemented in LibreOffice for ages. And I'm not saying that everyone can find this advantage in LibreOffice. It's just my personal use case, and I'm sure someone else could find some advantage in LibreOffice without even realizing that they don't have to pay for Microsoft Excel. Maybe. I understand what you mean about compatibility. There is a lot of documents compatibility where we expect documents to open in the exact same way. But do you know how I have been dealing with that problem? For example, Microsoft Word and LibreOffice, whatever it's the name. I'm the one in my company who creates a lot of these documents, and I just save them as open document format, and I send them around to all the people who use Microsoft Word. And when they tell me that they cannot that it's not fitting on their screen properly, I just tell them it's fine on my screen. It's a you problem. Make it work. Bring it back to me after editing. I don't care. It's on my computer. It's fine. Uno reversi. Uno reversi. You just need to have the balls, and everything is doable. But yeah, generally, I agree. You cannot do, depending on your job, you cannot do some proprietary software on Linux because it doesn't exist. And it's not the ultimate argument. I still very much stand behind what I said. If you really, really need Adobe for your work, you just cannot use anything else. You really, really need this exact software. You're not just a rich bitch which whines and wants what he's been told to be the best, but you really need it. Then go ahead and use it on this laptop, on this computer with Windows, and then switch to Linux after your work is done and do your private stuff on Linux. I think that's a good. I think that's a good solution generally. Intux says there is a macOS Office. Yeah, there is. Maybe it's even better than the one on Windows. Honestly. I sense nonsense for the GUI. Even the simplest things as setting a background folder is a drag. Last I checked, the only one doing it properly was Cosmic. I don't have any opinion on Cosmic. I think Cosmic will take years before it catches up with KDE. So I'm not even bothering with that. But I mean, I'm going to check it when it comes out. But right now, I don't believe it's usable for me. Last time I checked it, it was pretty whatever, like a work in progress thing. I really don't understand what is driving you to be repulsed. Is that a word? With towards Linux desktop, like what kind of argument is it that you cannot change a background? You know, I don't get it. I don't get it. I have been changing backgrounds on Linux for ages, and it has always been fine. You right-click on the image, set as background, let's go. On KDE, you just go to the folder, you select what images you want, let's go. If you want them to auto-rotate, you select a couple of them, let's go. I mean, it's not the same procedure as on Windows, but if you would want the same carbon copy of Windows to be, I mean, on your computer, then just use Windows, right? It's a different operating system. You are not supposed to expect it to behave like Windows. But generally, give me legit issues with Linux. I accept, okay, Adobe and whatever the commercial software missing, that is a legit issue. Nothing to say about that. But this with wallpaper sounds like bullshit to me. GNU Doc, welcome into the live stream. I sense nonsense, not even being hyperbolic or exaggerating. There is not a single solution in like 40 decades FFS. All the effort is wasted in doing reskins on the same OS. You mean like the distributions that are based on distributions that are based on the distributions. With that, I agree. A lot of these distributions are like home projects that sometimes grow bigger. Sometimes even something happens, like Linux Mint. When it came out, it was nothing but Ubuntu with illegal drivers. Not drivers, I meant codecs for the multimedia stuff. and then they made Cinnamon. So in the beginning, it was a bullshit project based on Debian. Not Debian, sorry, Ubuntu. But after a while, they did make a solid fork of GNOME, and I think Cinnamon is good. Whether Mint should really exist and not simply produce Cinnamon for Debian, I don't know. I'm not going to judge that. But generally, they are a good Mint. I mean, they are a good desktop environment nowadays, and you wouldn't know this if you discarded them day one when they still didn't have a good desktop environment, So sometimes these derivative projects based on some other distribution, they tend to do some good overall in the Linux community. So nowadays you can just use Debian and Cinnamon on it. Thumbs up for that. People that work use Microsoft Excel mainly because of in-house scripts. Yeah, that was in one of my companies, yeah. It is unrealistic to ask someone to use something else. Most businesses have their own workflows and scripts that only work there. I haven't met any Office scripts ever, except in that one company. Just to be clear, I have worked in 10 different companies, and only in one of them I had to use Excel macros. All of other companies just use Microsoft Office in a plain way that 99% is compatible with LibreOffice. So I do not agree that all companies need scripts, but it might be your point of view, for sure, depending on where you work. If only companies had official support for Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, then it would be fine. I guess. So if only Deb and Fedora format were supported by companies, then it would be possible to find a way to repackage these on other distributions. But usually that is the case. GNU Doc. After 20 plus years of using Linux desktops, I have tentatively concluded that the main issue with Linux adoption is that it is free as in price, so people don't attach value to it. That is a good point. It's a bit hard to argue this point, and I'm just gonna say that there is something to that. Alexei didn't like what the bulk rename utility UI looks like. In that case, I'm not going to take a look as well. Have you tried K rename? Having said that, I always use a script. Okay. What about directory Opus? What do you mean directory Opus? You mean the software from Amiga? I used directory Opus for quite a while, but on Amiga, not later on. XGUI4 has to go. Bye. Thanks for joining. Brew is anything but intuitive. I didn't try it. It looks like it came from 95. Initux, I have Windows laptop at work which I use to connect to my Debian virtual workstation. Last time I had updates, it started installing updates. It took 20 to 30 minutes and 2 reboots before I could. See, on my work laptop, I have a Windows VM, which I fairly rarely need to fire up. But every time I do fire it up, there is an update, and it needs to run right now. Okay, that's because I don't use it for months, but I'm aware. But I wish that would not be a thing. Honestly, I wish that would not be a thing. Maybe I should just downgrade to Windows 10 where there are no more updates and be done with that. I mean it. I don't really even know why I put 11 on there. I sense nonsense. Directory Opus bulk rename utility are Windows only apps. Directory Opus I started using before Windows was even a thing. So I'm just saying Google Directory Opus for Amiga and you'll see what I mean. I believe you that it exists on Windows now, but the first one that I used was Amiga Workbench exclusively. Everything is in one window. It's super simple to use. Many operations at a glance. You could see the end result live. Once you press go, the result is instant. Many more features. For a long time, I used my brain rot came in midnight. No, that's for Linux. What is the commander name on Windows? I forgot. The blue application with red stripes. Norton Commander, is it? Holy shit, I forgot. It's been so long. So long. What is the name of the application for two-panel file copy stuff? It has support for plugins and a lot of stuff. I even could copy. You know, Windows doesn't support Linux file system, but with the Commander, is it Norton Commander? With Commander, I could install a plugin for Linux X4 partitioning system, and in Windows it wouldn't work, but in the Commander I could copy from Windows to Linux partition because the Commander itself could read Linux partitions. So that was super awesome tool. Because from Linux, of course, you can write to Windows partition, but from Windows you cannot write back. And I used this way to deal with that. Let me check if I can run a web browser to check Directory Opus. Directory Opus Windows. Where is the gallery for screenshots? Yeah, this definitely looks like Windows software and totally unlike what I used on Amiga. It looks fine. I mean, I'm not judging any functionality. I'm just saying the UI is okay. The UI is fine. Let's say wiki. Maybe I can stream. Maybe I can stream this. Okay, let's do it this way. GP software initial release January 1990 operating system Amiga, and then wait, when was it released for Windows? When did Windows version came out? Windows major release history. Okay, so Windows got directory Opus 11 years after Amiga. But yeah, that's the software I was talking about. Absolutely awesome software. The Amiga version. The Amiga version. Can we? Oh shit! How do I put this in a way that I want it? I cannot do it better. But yeah, that's the software. It was absolutely awesome. So many features. So many features. I wasn't even aware that Directory Opus continued existing after Amiga died. I sense nonsense. You say that they never stopped. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have never realized that it's still out there, and I'm now actually intrigued to give it a go. I will find a way to test it. Don't worry about it. Obviously, I'm not going to use it for real because it's not on Linux, but I'm really intrigued to see where they are at the moment, because even on Amiga it had like a gazillion of features. It could unarchive whatever you needed, copy here, there, from the archive back to the folder. This was almost unheard of on the Amiga OS if you didn't have a powerful tool like this one. So basically, all of my friends used Directory Opus because, of course, they did. Of course, they did. Go back to the stream. Linkarzu with 35 GTQ, and I really apologize for not being able to read. But what is that currency? I mean, what is it called? What is it called? I know where you're from. I don't know what the currency is called. Quetzales. Okay, that's hard for me to pronounce. Is it Quetzales? That's how I would read it as Croatian, or is it Quetzale? I'm just trying to. Yeah, don't pronounce the U. Quetzale? Then, but thank you very much. Where can I type? The time to reply to this super chat has expired. Oh, Google. Why do you do that to me? What do you mean expired? Quetzales. Like cats? Okay, I'll ask the large language. Quetzal. Let me go back to this. My directory Opus is fully integrated with all my applications, full scripting support, full GUI. I actually believe you now. Not that I didn't believe you, it's just I didn't know what you were talking about before I looked it up. So just from the perspective of who made the application, now I know that this probably did continue being a really good software. But on Linux, you either adapt to Linux or you don't use Linux. I'm not saying don't use Linux. It's just that if this Windows exclusive software is not available on Linux, then either you are not switching because you really need that software, just like Adobe, or you will use another software that does the job for you equally well or better or worse. It depending of the what is your priorities, right? Priorities, because my priorities are usually coming from wanting to how do you say the term I what is the English saying? I eat where I sleep. Is it that? You know, I really would feel like a fake hypocrite if I would be advertising Linux and being a YouTuber of or something like that, and then using Windows on my private computer. It's not that I am against people using Windows. I'm only saying from my personal feeling. You know, I would feel fake if I would be selling you something that I don't use. That is all. That is all. I just can't. I just can't. GNU says Amiga was pretty cool and the directory Opus was great for its time. Emacs is simply not comparable. But what about the time? What about the time, Linkarzu? The issue with all file explorers in Linux is that they are bare bones. Yeah, pretty much. At least the GUI ones are. Do yourself a favor, try directory opus, SMB, FTP, local, use the flat view, integrate your own scripts. You are probably going to have less luck with Alexei because he has really a workflow that works for him. I really doubt that you could upgrade Alexei's workflow. I'm just saying there is a higher chance that you can upgrade my workflow than his. There is no reason why nothing like this is on Linux other than laziness or delusions of grandeur. I'm not sure. If there would be a demand for something like directory opus on Linux, I believe it would exist. I just think that not enough people want it. And I'm really serious about this. There was an application, I say was, on Linux called Crusader. I think the development stopped. It was really good. You can still install it, you can still use it, but I think the development halted or slowed down to a halt or something. Fear Knight, what is Dopus? It is a file manager, like a GUI one, like a Windows Explorer, but you either have two panels, so you copy from left to right, or you have like directory tree on the left side and the folders content on the right side. So you kind of handle it with the keyboard shortcuts, maybe with the mouse. It kind of speeds you up a little bit compared to built-in Windows Explorer. It's definitely a huge upgrade over Windows Explorer, but depending on how much you work with files, that much you can take out of this software, right? Because if you do just basic file management, you don't want directory opus because Windows Explorer will probably do everything that you need to do. But if you need some advanced features, like the guys in chat said, bulk rename, scripting, it's probably something that you would want to use on Windows. But on Linux, I just opened the built-in file manager from KDE, and in the URL bar I type NFS for the network file system, colon / IP address of my server, and I access my server remotely through the NFS. If I want to access, I just bookmark it later for clicking. If I want to access SSH, SFTP I just type SFTP and the IP address of the server, and I just pull files like that. It's the stuff is well enough integrated on Linux that I don't desire for anything more. And once I do come to the point where I need a lot of automation, then I just make my own scripts. I just make my own scripts. I actually love, how do I put it, learning Linux. And speaking of learning, I have been talking to Zoran. We will start Linux LPIC 2 in the first/second Sunday of the next year. Okay, 4 more weeks, and then we start LPIC 2. I cannot do it before that. I have more work at work. I need to finish some things. It has been dragging for a long time, and I really need to finish these things. We start with more Linux lessons, live 5-hour streams, starting beginning of January, and all up the way to the summer. We learn Linux. We will be making directory opus work in Linux bash shell. Fuzzy search everywhere. This is what I mean by delusions of grandeur. You tell a Linux gearhead to try directory opus, and they are always like, oh, I don't see the point of commander split view. I think I sense nonsense. I think you are approaching the whole thing in a completely wrong way. You're not supposed to sell a Windows workflow to a legit Linux user. That's not how it works. If you want to improve the Linux ecosystem with a new application that is comparable in functionality to the directory opus, then why don't you come over to Linux side and make this application, call a lot of other developers to join you and contribute code and make this software on Linux, and then other users of directory opus might be inclined to join the Linux side because now they see that there is something comparable to directory opus on Linux. That's how it works. You know, you're supposed to make it on Linux. It's not Linux community who is supposed to make software for you because you want it. It's the way it is. GNU says, okay, how about this? I'll install a Windows VM, install directory opus, and try it for 3 days. Please tell me what 5 things to make sure I try so that you don't need to tell me afterward that you didn't try it right. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Initux, you could say the same about Windows users. Windows users switching to Linux expect to have the same Windows experience on Linux. I really don't think flat view is helpful. I won't have to say anything. I sense nonsense is so confident that you're going to love GNU dots directory opus that no words are needed. That's quite a sell on this software. Alexei, I think you are also approaching the Windows user in a way that it's not productive. Now, don't get me wrong, both of you. I think and believe that iSense Nonsense, what he should do is he should take any Linux and start programming a sort of a clone of directory opus on Linux, make it a GPL product, put it on GitHub, call other people to join in and to speed up the development. And eventually, if this is a really good project, eventually it will gain traction on its own because it is needed. If it doesn't gain traction, it's not needed. There is such a thing as social contract. But seriously, iSense Nonsense, if you think that this is not a good idea to contribute to the Linux community with making good software, if you think that's not how it works, then I think the whole, how would I put it reasonably? I think the whole idea of Linux and free software is simply not for you. And this is not gatekeeping. I just don't think that you can fit in here because I'm not a programmer. I'm just trying to get started. My bad. I suck at programming, but I'm trying to learn. What is happening in my head all of the time is when I finally learn something, at least in programming, I want to help this project. I want to contribute code to this project. Usually these are some things where I think I could improve because of the things that I'm kind of missing. And I would love to be able to, provide a PR and get it accepted and, celebrate that my code contribution was so good that someone actually accepted it. I did a little thing for Hyperland and it got accepted. So if you didn't know, if you use Hyperland, you're using my code. A very, very tiny code. But there is a little tiny percentage of me in there. So that's kind of cool. But I keep thinking how I could learn use my future knowledge to contribute and provide, either better free software for the Linux community or provide a new software for the Linux community. So that's how Linux community functions. This is the core of free software. You who are missing a software are expected to write it and share it for free with everyone. I mean, you can ask for money, but generally people don't do that. What does your code do? If you GNU dots, that stands for free. If you install Hyperland on a laptop or on a desktop PC which has a multimedia keyboard, when you start clicking the buttons play, pause, next song, volume up, volume down, mute, whatever you have on multimedia keys, it wasn't working out of the box in Hyperland with a default configuration. When you log in for the first time, a default configuration automatically shows up in your folder. So I added all of these buttons to automatically function out of the box, simply because I added them to my setup, and I was like, okay, this is something that should be working out of the box, in my opinion. Let's contribute PR on GitHub and see what the developer of Hyperland says. Will he say like, fuck this shit, our default config is supposed to be bare bones and it's not supposed to be having all these buttons? Or will he accept it? And what do you know? He accepted my my PR. He only said, I don't remember. I need to look up on GitHub what he said. I think he said like, let's alter this a little bit, and then he accepted it. But that was about it. So I'm saying it's not a big code. But nevertheless, if you use Hyperland on a laptop, thanks to me, you now have the multimedia keys working out of the box. You don't have to study the documentation, how to make these function. Okay, you're welcome. I wish I'd thought to contribute my version of that. Yours is better. You already tried it? The built-in in the config file. You already tried that paragraph? Let me Linkarzu, Red Hat check element, these guys are distracting you from my messages. Yeah, I know. Around 2 a.m. for you. But is it, Linkarzu, is it from Friday? Is it the Friday evening for you? Like, what did we say that the difference is? 8 hours? So is it like 6 p.m. for you? 6 p.m. for you Friday. Linkarzu. You're answering. You're answering in the second chat. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, let me think about it. So here's the thing. Because it's Saturday, the next day, I could sleep in the evening and then wake up for the live stream, and then go back sleep and sleep for half of the Saturday. This is fine. The problem is not my sleeping schedule. The problem is the fact that my wife sleeps literally here. This little, what is it? This little white piece here, this is our bed. We sleep here, and I cannot do this out loud talking. I even had to switch my keyboard. My keyboard had a clicky clacky noise before, and my wife hated it, so I had to buy a different switches, silent ones. So you two are just cultists. This is why Linux desktop is dead and why Linux server works. I don't think you're correct. I sense nonsense, because I think Linux desktops really work. And if you start thinking from the core fundamentals of what Linux on desktop is, this is free software. And what free software means, it means that everyone can take any code, reprogram it any way he likes, redistribute with a different name, fork whatever, take whosever code you want, make whatever you want out of it. If you don't like some software, you can make a better software, give it to the world, it's the joys of learning to program, making better software, and sharing with everyone. So a lot of people inside the Linux community do exactly that, and because of that, you don't have a huge population, because people come and then they see that they should learn programming because something is missing, and they're not used to making stuff for others. They're used to taking, you are used to taking stuff. And I'm not saying this is bad. This is good. This is good business model on Windows. You pay for the program, whatever directory Opus costs, and then you use it, and then the developer is happy because you paid for it. Directory Opus. Let me just check what is the price. The price for the directory Opus is by 90 Australian dollars for one computer, for one person, and lifetime support. Okay, that is fair enough. So unless you're stealing, you are not allowed to use your $90 license on more than one computer. So that's a little bit restrictive because I have two computers. I mean, I have many, but let's say that I would want to use it on two. So that's like 130. Probably the license that I would want to have, provided everything is, legal and fair. Free personal laptop. What is personal laptop license? Is this like one computer plus another one on a laptop? Is that it? Does that mean that? What is this? Have fun with your trolling. Linux failures, cold behavior of its fans has an impact on its adoption. The adoption, I don't think the adoption is that relevant, to be honest. Honestly, we do talk about the percentage of users using Linux on desktop, but more often than not, you will see people saying, I don't want Linux to cross the 10% barrier because it is going to be enshittificated like Windows and Mac, So let me just check what Linkarzu says. Okay. I don't think that the majority of legit Linux users really care about the adoption, because having new users who do not contribute, like you, do not bring us existing Linux users anything. What we do care about is the minority of new users coming in and contributing new software, because we want to benefit from more good stuff, So it's not the Adobe that we care about. I don't want to use Adobe. I use GIMP. So I don't have a legit reason why I would want Adobe, but I do recognize that a Adobe customer doesn't give a crap about what the underlying operating system is. So if you would put Adobe on Linux, then Adobe user still wouldn't want to use Linux because he doesn't care about the operating system. He is using Adobe operating system, he doesn't care. So from that perspective, neither Adobe cares about Linux or Linux users care about Adobe. It's just not something that would help Linux. I genuinely think that Adobe on Linux would not help Linux. We just don't really need it. I mean, it would be cool, but it wouldn't help with the adoption, other motivations are what Linux, or I should say, Windows refugees are searching for. And recently it has been the recall. GNU.dot says, I'll see it straight away. Okay. License covers USB thumb drives and multiple computers. It says one computer, but okay. I will read the license usage terms. I sense nonsense says GNU.dots, dude, your entire attitude is so terrible, man. Download the thing and leave, or don't download the thing, or don't leave me out of it. Why are you so dramatic? Well, okay, I agree. No drama is needed here. GNU.dots, go download the application. But I'm just kidding. I'm not giving any orders here. Let me go back to the camera. Linkarazu is asking, is this a Windows application? Yes, it is. It's a file manager for Windows. AFK fight amongst yourselves or the VM. Okay. Bless you. I run tons of VMs and containers. I think I can manage it. Okay. Fear Night, you didn't need directory Opus on Linux because you can basically use other file managers like KDE, and you can use something like KDE. Did you mean Crusader? GNU.dots, no worries, I've agreed to do so and I have no problem trying it. We are all good here. Neil Thompson 404, hello. I wasn't prepared.
Hello, the Showmaster. Welcome into the Linux Renaissance live stream.
I hope you're not afraid, the other guys. Neil Thompson expected me to do that, but the rest of you probably did not. We're just going crazy, nothing special. Nicely done.
Neil Thompson, allow me to tell you what is going on this live stream. Mr. I Sense Nonsense is using an application called Directory Opus. And he says nothing of sorts exists on Linux. He wants us to try that application.
There's already bulk renamers like bulky, so I don't see a point where they would merge it to a file manager. That is something that we often witness on Unix-like systems, and this is a lot of tiny applications that do one thing and do one thing great, and then you can combine them with pipes and redirects, and there is a lot of ways to chain a lot of different commands together, and you definitely can do a lot more than any fixed application like any commander style application could do. But you lose on the ability click around the GUI. So for some people, this is going to be a downgrade. For others, it will be an upgrade for obvious reasons, because you get unlimited functionalities. Hearing the Shockmaster discuss software is usual. I don't know the guy, to be honest. I did look it up on that live stream, but I never really watched any of his shows other than that day when you introduced me to him. So, you know, I don't watch that. I'm not even trying to pretend to be a Shockmaster. The reason why I did pauses while I was doing it is not because I was trying to act, but because my throat cannot handle faster speaking than I did. You know, I have to make brief stops so that my throat settles down for a brief moment, and then I can continue. That's the reason why I make pauses, but then I reuse them as a little bit of drama. You know, when you pause, you can create like a dramatic scene just for the sake of pause, you know. But in reality, it's because of the limits of the throat. Emacs is the only GUI needed. You know what's funny? I use Emacs, but most of the time I use it in the command line. And I know that Derek Taylor, I mean DistroTube, I know that he would kill me if I told him that that I'm using it without GUI, because he always says, if you're using Emacs in terminal, you're using it wrong, you know. You still need some practice to master the shock. Yeah. Oh, it's 8:30. Guys, I need to do my second taxi ride. Right now, I need to fetch my daughter back. So I'll give you two choices. Let me open up a quick poll. Where is the poll? Holy crap. Start the poll. Okay, there is a poll. Click on it. Click it. Click it more. More. You still can't you just run git pull? Maybe. GNU Dots, I'm curious why you use it on a terminal. The answer is fairly easy, is because I am learning programming and I use Emacs as my IDE, and I kind of want my session, my programming session, to remain open at all times in Tmax. So I do that on my server, and I usually just Tmax into my server. That's like there is probably some stranger near the apartment, so she fires up the alarm. So yeah, I just Tmax into my server and continue where I left off, and that's the majority of reasoning. I don't often use the graphical parts of Emacs, so I don't get bothered by not having all of the functionalities. If I need them, I do fire it up in GUI. Neil Thompson, good to see. Yeah, thank you for joining. You can do it with graphical client too. Yeah, I know I can. This is easier. How many votes? Oh, that's just 5 votes. 6 votes. Quit. Oh, it's changing to the quit the stream now. Okay, the majority is still for making a pause for 15 minutes. So here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire up the live stream on my phone so I can see the chat. Yeah. While I'm gone, if you are all gone from the chat, then I just end it. If you're still here, then we can talk some more. 15 minutes. I think I could agree with that, Ahmed Nasser. I mean, web browsers are doing so many things nowadays. Like, really, really a lot. Welcome in, Ahmed. Welcome in. Dart, let's end this poll. It's done. So, when I said Polish, I tend to make these mistakes because I am Slavic and everything around me, all the Slav people, all they all feel like brothers to me. So when I say Polish, if it's Czech, Slovak, they might get offended if they don't feel it, but to me it's all the same. Like Czech, Polak, Serb, Bosnia, Croatia, Slovenia, all the same. So I don't know. It's not meant to be a negative. It's just that I feel like it's one big family. All of the Slavs, all 400 millions of Slavic people, all the way up to, let me check them up, to, I don't know, to China. Slavs everywhere. Ahmed Nasser, I'm just going to read some. I think Linux is better since it can do everything BSDs do and more, unless you want ZFS. And then Alexei corrected this because ZFS is literally the same in FreeBSD and Linux. So I'm not trying to spit on FreeBSD in this regard. It is better integrated. You can get like ZFS on root and all of the tools out of the box. It's designed to work with ZFS. But if you're talking just about file storage, then the file system is the same on both of these operating systems. So that's kind of, I mean, you have like TrueNAS, like an operating system for network storage. It was based on FreeBSD for a long while because of ZFS. And now that ZFS is on Linux, now TrueNAS switched to Linux because of some other features that Linux gives that FreeBSD doesn't, and they kept the entirety of the compatibility with the ZFS file system. There is a little bit of a challenge with licensing compatibility with GPL in Linux and CDDL on ZFS. Both of these are free software licenses, but they clash in some parts where it says that you cannot bundle them together because reasons. I mean, it's free software, both of them. It's a little bit more work to get them into Linux if you if you want them in Linux. Oh, my browser oh shit, my browser crashed. My browser tab crashed. Why did that happen? Strange. The web is bloated, hence its browsers have to be bloated, unfortunately. I suppose. I mean, you can browse a lot of web with JavaScript disabled. It can work. A lot of stuff will break, but the general content might actually be readable. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is nowadays. So much of the web is now sickeningly dependent on Blink and Gecko. On Gecko? Are you sure? Polska Guram. I don't know what Guram means. Not to forget the hardware support of Linux. It gives Linux a big advantage over BSDs. That is a good talking point, yes. I use TrueNAS and ZFS on my home server at present, but I'm thinking about switching to a general purpose Linux server. TrueNAS feels too much like an appliance. GNU Dots. I started my network storage building. You can actually find videos on me doing that. I started with a couple of different steps and machines. The first one was really I mean, I got it for free, actually. Kind of a cheap 19-inch rack mount something, which came with, I don't know what kind of OS. I installed Linux on that. And you can make it a NAS, but it didn't have enough RAM. So I switched to 8 gigabyte computer with DDR3. I don't know, something else that I got also for tiny bit of money. And I did use my network storage for a while as a bare bones Debian Linux. It works nicely, but TrueNAS is so automated, and the apps in the TrueNAS are really useful. No, not kidding. I used to use Pi-hole on a Raspberry Pi because yes. Then I moved Pi-hole from Raspberry to a virtual machine on my main Debian server at home because why not free up the Raspberry Pi to do something else? Because Pi-hole uses none of resources. And in the end, I started removing stuff from my home server because I want to take out the SSD out. I need it for video games. It's true, I need it for video games. And then I figure out the apps on TrueNAS, and you can download all kinds of stuff that just works out of the box. You just click on the Pi-hole, and there you go. You have a Pi-hole app on TrueNAS, and it works nicely. You have Jellyfin app on TrueNAS, and then I used an NVIDIA graphics card and plugged it into my NAS. So my NAS has an NVIDIA card now. Why? Because I need it for Jellyfin to transcode videos on the fly for the clients that can't decode the source material. And it's fine. Alexei says that he thinks that I need a reboot. Maybe, but if it's still running, is it still running fine? What does it looks like? What it looks like on the stream? Does it work properly? It's not playing for me. Oh no, it works. Okay. Okay, stream works fine. Hopefully it's not your disk dying. I hope all my dying disks have died so far. I hope none of them die from now on. I just use initstux. I just use Proxmox with ZFS storage pool and then run my main VM on ZFS storage pool and have the flexibility to run lab VM. Yeah, that's okay combo. That's okay combo. It's just that TrueNAS has become more than just network storage. It can now host also virtual machines, containers, applications. It's not bad. It's not bad. And the general underlying stuff is based on Debian, also as Proxmox, I think. But I like it. I mean, I like the NAS functionality and the extras that you get with it. Initux says I have NVIDIA P2000 in my Proxmox, which I did a pass-through to my Debian VM on Proxmox. I tried to pass through my NVIDIA on my TrueNAS in order to make Jellyfin VM, but my computer doesn't have any other graphics card than this NVIDIA, and TrueNAS wasn't too happy about taking the only graphics card away from TrueNAS operating system, so this kind of didn't work. It is hackable, but I don't want to push it beyond what is supported. And in the end, I just installed Jellyfin as an app. Alexis says, honestly, FreeBSD is a good general purpose, well-documented OS if it supports your hardware. You could say they pro-compile an out-of-tree module for you. Alexis says, did you manage to up your 802.11 speeds on your FreeBSD laptop? Not yet. Gabriel Kortiak, hi there. Whoops, hey there. Ahmed says, has anyone tried NetBSD? I heard it has the biggest CPU architecture support ever. That is probably true. It can run on Slip. NetBSD, the latest version that is coming out soon-ish, still supports Amiga computer. I didn't try it. I will try it probably on Amiga. Gnudot says, I find it behaves like an appliance too much, and I'm not using its true nastiness, really. I use it as a Docker Compose host. In that case, you're using it wrong, right? Funny enough, out of all BSDs, NetBSD has the weakest hardware support at the same time. Weakest hardware support for the new computers, yeah, but for the old ones... anyways, Alexei, I have installed FreeBSD version 15, but I think that was the live stream, right, from the 4 days ago. So that was the final version of that was the release version of FreeBSD 15, and it didn't put my wireless card into 802.11ax, or is it AC mode, because it automatically defaults to the old driver that cannot do that. And I guess you are supposed to manually blacklist the old driver and use the new one. But when we were trying it, it didn't work. Or was I trying it offline? I don't know. But after that stream, I just didn't... AX is too much. Yeah, it's AC, sorry. It's AC. But yeah, AC is supposed to be supported. When you go to the supported hardware list on the FreeBSD website, they have listed every single piece of Wi-Fi card that is supported, and mine is on the list, and it says AC. And clearly, I can use the IWX I think it's IWX driver, but I didn't get it to run. So there is that. On the flip side, the old FreeBSD Wi-Fi driver, the slow one that gives me 20 megabits per second of throughput, that one works fine with my iPhone hotspot, while the OpenBSD does not. So OpenBSD has a lot of speed. OpenBSD out of the box gives me AC speed. That's awesome, but doesn't work with my hotspot. So it's all a little bit of a hit and miss, and it needs a little bit more involvement from me to make it work, yeah. GNU.dot says, yes, I am using it wrong. I don't think I am its target user. I want to do all my server maintenance from the command line. I was doing that previously, but then this was my actually idea. Honestly, it went like this. I already knew about TrueNAS, and I told myself this is my goal, but I will not install TrueNAS as the first step. First, I want to learn how TrueNAS works under the hood. So let's go with Debian. Let's put ZFS on Debian. Let's make pulls manually. Let's maintain pulls manually. Let's scrub pulls manually. Stuff like that. And eventually I felt like I learned all of the basics of how ZFS breathes, and then I just installed TrueNAS and I reused my exported ZFS pool in TrueNAS, and TrueNAS offered to upgrade my pool to the newer version. I said go ahead and just continue using my existing storage. Does it sleep and wake up? I figure you're asking about FreeBSD 15. Yes, it does. That works. But it's a small but. When I install FreeBSD and I'm still in console, it doesn't detect the lid close. It doesn't go to sleep. At least not out of the box. OpenBSD does. But after I installed Hyperland and KDE, I can now close it and it now goes to sleep. Actually, maybe I'm lying. No, that was in KDE. That was KDE's doing. I guess I need to check it. It's actually turned on right now. FreeBSD has BiHive. I wonder if Linux can still support a dial-up modem. I don't see why not. It's just a TTY device. Yeah, and Alexei mentioned Minicom. I use Minicom pretty frequently, so that's the same way of communicating with an external device. So there is no reason why not, but I'm not sure where would you use a modem. That part is possibly more problematic. Hyperterminal, yes. Yes. Of course, my lord. This is necessary knowledge. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it goes. There we go. I am now logging into my FreeBSD system, and now something will show up on the screen. And once it shows up on the screen, we can now start typing something. Don't know what? Something will be typed here. Let's run su. Oh, we cannot run su. We cannot run su. At my work, we had to use various bits of business contingency planning during COVID and replaced our faxes with combination dial-up modem fax cards. Oh, we still use faxes at work because some people want to send us a fax for whatever reason. I don't think I can do just yet because I have been locked out. So let's do root and root. I'm sorry if you don't see this because it is tiny letters. I don't know how to increase the font size on FreeBSD. Bear with me until I get sudo working. I need it. Workg update force. Okay, let's force the update. Okay, so it's not working because my Wi-Fi did not connect, and it didn't connect because my hotspot wasn't running. Nice Croatian, Dart, yes. I am very slow talking today because I want understandable by everyone. See? Understandable by everyone. Very slow talking. Ping? There is no ping available today. I have come to a conclusion that Xmonad is the greatest window manager. Just give me time to learn Haskell. LOL. Haskell is great. I need to convince myself to switch back to Xorg from Wayland. Pizarro25, welcome into the stream. I used FreeBSD for some time. It was solid and I did not have any problems. Thing is that it does not have a good hardware support. That is all. Most of the time, people who try FreeBSD, they complain about Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi is generally not that great. It is getting better, not great just yet. And most of the people who would want to switch to FreeBSD maybe try to test it or something. They use a spare laptop like me, and then they want Wi-Fi. Maybe on their main computer they don't even have Wi-Fi. But in order for FreeBSD to reach the main computer, it has to pass through a backup computer. And this one usually has Wi-Fi. And FreeBSD has a little bit of challenges with Wi-Fi. Some cards work out of the box, mine does, but no full speed. No full speed out of the box. I have to do something to manually make it work. Alexei says, FreeBSD was a bit yonky sometimes. You better not look into GDM init script. USB tethering works just fine. Also, Wi-Fi box is what people used before. It's such a nasty workaround, but it works. And for everyone in the chat that is not Alexei, Wi-Fi box is a tiny virtual machine in FreeBSD that runs a tiny Linux. No joke, runs a tiny Linux and Wi-Fi pass-through card into the VM, then Linux driver for the Wi-Fi, and then Linux VM is a router for FreeBSD. Good shit. A lot of people, when I was very fresh with FreeBSD, told me don't spend too many tiers on built-in Wi-Fi drivers. You can do you can do Wi-Fi box. It is there for you to use. And when I figured out what this is, I said, this is dirty. I don't want to have anything to do with this. If you really, really need FreeBSD and you really need it, and you have these Wi-Fi issues, this is a good solution. It is a good solution. But when I want to evaluate operating system, I am not very fan of using virtual machines in order to run another operating system to have functions that my chosen operating system cannot do. This is stupid. For me, this is stupid. So I say, let's give it a hard try. A hard, very hard try to make the BSD work properly. And see how it goes. How far can we go with this? Because if we get to, almost the finish line, good, why not? We get almost to the finish line, and then I can say, I did good try. I try hard. I make this feature work. I make this feature work. This is good. Hardware support good. Hardware support maybe not perfect. Hardware support good. And now we have a perfectly usable machine. I meant to say perfectly. Okay, I apologize. And with little effort, you get something done. Maybe with more effort, maybe with less, I don't know. But generally, FreeBSD good, OpenBSD good, Linux excellent. So package says that it failed to fetch a file, but there was no error. Oh, the internet not working. The internet not working. Let's see if... How do I restart networking on FreeBSD? I don't know this. Let's try to guess. Service net. There is nothing called network. If config. Oh, you have to restart it like this. If config, then we have VLAN 0, VLAN 0, down, and up. And up and down. But maybe this will not work. Oh crap. My hotspot disabled again. Let's try this one more time. Okay. Network. Oh, this actually worked. This actually worked. You just drop it down, get it up, and it worked. Now let's do the package update force. Okay. Also, bash completion needs to be installed separately. Gabriel Kortiak. Word means something deleted, message retracted. Would something like VMware work on FreeBSD or any other BSD? No. And we also need to enable it to why am I even updating Firefox? I don't need this. Let's cut this shit. Pkg install sudo. Yes, I need sudo, not Firefox. Okay, now install vim. Oh, it's already there. Vim etc sudo. Oh, it's not sudo. Oh, it's vsudo. Sorry. Vsudo. And then I need to find where it says will. Where is it? I cannot see. Oh, I see it now. Will insert uncomment to allow members to execute commands. Shit. This version of VI not good. Write quit. And then ID start. Not will. Okay. How how to add Dart to group will? PW. I don't remember anymore. Man PW. So many options. Group mod. Yeah, I was thinking that group mod. PW group mod M. Group mod what? Group mod. Which group? Dash N will. Is that it? M Dart. ID Dart. Yes, we add Dart to will group. Okay, now we go back to Control Alt F10. F10. Good. We are now back into Hyperland. Now we press super button and M letter on keyboard so that it kills the entire session, and then we supposedly go back to SDDM, which is on F9. Dart. Okay. We log in again and super Q to get this terminal running. Sudo dash I. And we now bunny hopping like root, like boss. And I don't remember anymore why I even wanted to have root. But we now have root. Good root. Bash completion. You think I wanted to test bash completion? You want me to install bash? I don't have bash. I have tsh. Dart not using tsh. Dart using sh. You can test rm fr. It can complete something, yes, but not the commands. What you actually want me to install and why? I do not understand. I was thinking about playing with Wi-Fi. But why bash completion with sh? Then I need to switch to bash. Ah, it will install bash. Okay. To enable the bash completion library, add the following to your bash rc. Okay. Add the following to bash rc. cat.bash rc. We don't even have this yet. Let's do bash. And now cat.bash. We don't have bash rc yet. It does not generate itself. Okay. Let's do otherwise. Sudo completion will not work, which sucks. Sucks a little bit, yes. Neil Thompson says, "Hi Dart, thank you so much for covering the Debian minimal installation plus Dev1 minimal installation. I used that to put Debian OS and then DWM. I actually use DWM on my OpenBSD laptop. On an old but glorious 2009 Gateway laptop, the fat one, okay, with the CD-ROM. Thumbs up for that. You can install and play a game. Nexus on my FreeBSD or Linux. Yes, it's pretty big and has, I think, DVD-ROM. DVD, yes, DVD-ROM. FreeBSD, I wonder if it works well. This could be little challenging. In order for me to play Nexus on stream, first I need to mirror screens. Then I need to put the laptop in front of me and I need to play on laptop while Linux capture card captures the external screen copy with a delay for you. I cannot play Nexus with a delay of the capture card. Yes. And my capture card very cheap, €6. It only captures the input. There is no split picture anywhere. So when I move mouse, it moves a bit later. Not too much, but not good for Nexus. Let me first see how to make screen mirror. This very important step first. Good. Now, let's go to cd.co. Oh, I'm root. Sorry, I don't want to be root. Config cd hyperlink and then vim hyperlink. Okay, now we excuses. Yeah, not excuses. Okay. Let's go to monitor setup. Monitor setup, and here we need to click this. What just happened? What happened? Oh shit. Monitors. This will not copy. Oh, what happened? Guys, what happened? Quit. Okay, let's do like this. Cut. Hyperlink. Grep monitor. And okay, this is what I need. Oh, it is not clickable. Not clickable anymore. Unable to launch XDG open. Okay, it's not properly configured. Let's mark like this. Shift Control C. I hope this worked. And then super R for Rofi. Okay, now we go with the old version of Firefox because I did not update. Let's not make it a default browser because this is the only browser. Okay. Neil Thompson is asking, Dart, did something happen to your voice? You sound not quite yourself. Not the shock master, but not really like your normal self. Yes, this is just the mood when I want to do some foolish talking and I feel like I don't care who laughs, who not laughs. It is good. It may be Croatian. It may be Russian. It may be something in between. I don't know. It is not trying to be one country. It just is. It is just free BSD sound drivers, not yet installed. Oh, Firefox can summarize AI page. Let's summarize a monitor configuration. Oh, it can do Anthropic Claude. Okay, continue. Continue. Reject. Impossible, possible. Now login. Now Google login. Okay, this too much pop-up. I figured if I press the offered button from Firefox to summarize page, I would get page summary. But instead I did not get page summary. I get the chance to make accounts with big tech companies. No, thank you. This is not what I wanted. I wanted page summary, not the chance to make more accounts. This is not what I thought that I am getting. I heard Firefox getting some AI features. I thought this was it. This was not it. This was just stupidity. General config of the monitor looks like, okay, hyper control monitor. Okay, let's go with hyper control monitor. Hyper control monitors. There we go. This is your BSD voice. Just to be on the same page, if you think that something is lost here, you know, or the voice is gone, the Dart is gone, the Linux guy is gone, the Red Hat guy is gone. No, it's not gone. It's fine. It's all good. It's all here. It's just that when you get into this mode, and you have some Slavic blood in yourself, like 100% more or less. And then something eats you, you're live on stream, you feel like you eat crazy mushrooms, you start talking like you ate crazy mushrooms. Yes, it is what it is. When you explain a joke, you ruin the joke. Yes, never mind. Display port 3. Model HDMI to USB. HDMI to USB. Oh, this might be what I need. Okay, so DP. This is very strange. Why is this called DP3? Okay, let's see what else we have. EDP1. This is internal screen, and this mirror screen. Okay, we need EDP1. EDP1. Alexei would say EDP1. This is all good, no problem. ID, 1, it's all the same. EDP1. Okay. Vim. Okay, here we type EDP certa. Oops. Need to press letter I first. EDP certa 1. Neil Thompson says, haha, I've never witnessed a crazy mushroom-inspired Linux BSD live stream before, but hey, why not? Hey, why not? Because if you eat enough crazy mushrooms, then your voice becomes like you are reading something from the screen. You know, it says something like,
unable to launch XDG open with arguments.
and then you just switch back to the Slavic emulator with the broken sound card. This is all perfectly okay. Everything compatible, hardware drivers good. Does it not make sense? Never mind. I have mushrooms in my fridge. They expired 1 year ago. I think I should go eat them now. They age like fine wine. In case of what they do to you. This would be the right time, sir. Yes. I cannot condone eating bad food, but if it's good food and properly, safeguarded, a lot of food do not expire. One gigabyte to download. Okay. See, there is a lot of minutes. Good thing I remembered to start download before I'm finished with screen resolution. Okay. Monitor equals zarez the chat is messing with my view. Name, resolution, position, scale. Okay. Name, resolution, position, scale. Scale 1. And the second one will be mirror. Mirror. What do we say to get mirror? Quickly plugging in random monitor. Okay. Disabling. Extra arguments. Mirror. Oh, there we go. You can combine extra arguments at the end of the monitor rule examples. Okay. Name, resolution, position, scale. And then mirror. And what we mirror. Mirror and then what we mirror. Yes. Interesting. Okay. Have you tried playing with ports? Compiling? No, not yet. Mirror DP1. Okay. Good. On Linux, this would now apply, but FreeBSD no apply. We need to restart the entire session. It is what it is. I was going to propose compiling NextSwiss. I have not eaten those mushrooms yet, I promise. Neil Thompson says, I never had the chance to experience the KDE Plasma DE. But in order to properly run away from IBM, Red Hat, free desktop, I need to avoid Wayland along with systemd, Flatpak, and oh my god, Pipewire. Yes, and the best way to avoid all of these things on the list is not to use dev1. You need install OpenBSD. When you do that, you avoid all of them and you get good support, good bundle, everything tightly integrated and supported. This is best way to avoid all of these influencers. Yes, and the Linux kernel itself. Yes, this one also work. Yes, I am not kidding. I use OpenBSD on my laptop and works good. Some problems, not too many. I have one problem, not able connect my hotspot. Okay, hotspot cannot connect. Home network, no problem. Everything perfect. Yes, Xorg with many Red Hat commits. You cannot get them out. It will be tainted forever. But good thing. Red Hat now said shit xorg not want this anymore. This is not our child. Not our child, no. Get that child away from us. We don't want to see this child anymore. And now this child, like, how do you say? Orphan. Yes, this child now orphan and searching for love. So now we can use xorg. Game still downloading. I need to wait for game download and then restart Hyperland. And therefore, it is okay to adopt orphaned child. Yes, the reasoning in this community very good. High score. Very good reasoning. I agree with everything. Also, I now stream from this computer. Has UDEV, has Linux, has systemd, my computer, has Wayland, and has Red Hat. Where is this world going? This is example of Nexus downloading with free BSD speed. Oh, this is done. Message from free glut. Joystick supported. Okay, we don't care. Your SDL library has been built with libvgl support, which means that you can run almost any SDL application straight on your console. VESA 2 compatible video card required. To do this, you have to load VESA kernel module or enable it in your kernel and set environment variable SDL video driver VGL. So maybe we can play Nexus from console. I don't know. This maybe sound like that. Let's play super M to restart Hyperland and hope the config file okay. Micro hard restart. I think mirror work good now. Okay, let's move this keyboard from here. And see if the wire can come. Oh no. This is going to be problem. This is going to be problem. The laptop too far away. The wire too short. I will play on a screen very far away. This is fine. Maybe I'm lucky the game won't even work. Launched Nexus completely blind. I should have launched it through the terminal, but now we wait and receive zero information. Okay, let's try terminal and go with top. Top says something. There is no nexus here. Okay, let's try from terminal. Nexus. Oh, Nexus SDL or GLX. What's the difference? Doesn't sound like very different. Let's go SDL. Does not work. Okay, let's go GLX. Video mode failed. The funny thing, Nexus works out of the box on OpenBSD. On FreeBSD, little bit effort required to understand what you're doing. Dedicated, what is this? Some kind of script. The difference between GLX and the SDL is the fact that the GLX has different letters in the name. I understand. Okay, let's quit this, exit, and superm. And now we select here. Oh, we don't have KDE. Oh, this not the installation from before, this new installation. Yes, I have deleted everything. Do you have X Wayland installed? Let's check it out. Tellurian, welcome into the stream. Still waiting on FreeBSD to fully support my 9070 XT to really play with it. What do you expect to play on FreeBSD with that powerful card? I do not understand. Please tell more. Sudo X Wayland is not installed. Okay, let's add. Now X Wayland installed. Okay, then we need Nexus SDL. This one not working. GLX, this one not working. Dedicated, this one thinks it can start, but in reality life is bitch. Dedicated server. Oh, but in this case, how you need to restart Hyperland. Okay, let's restart Hyperland once again. I am going to force it to play Steam games, no matter if it likes it or not. You will use Linux Slator? It might work good. My password goes here, and we start the bunny. Okay, and then next with G. Oh, now is little more data here. Missing on display 1. What SDL? Let's see this one. Oh, SDL version a little bit better. I got sound on laptop, not on HDMI. Sorry. Where my mouse? Oops. Why my screen like this? What was the shortcut in Hyperland for going full screen. Something like Windows F11. No, I killed the sound. Oops, what happened? I pressed the wrong button and everything crashed. Okay. Super F, maybe correct. Nexus here. Super F. Super F, where my mouse? Oh, here it is. Super F, Super Shift F, nothing worked. Sudart, is OpenBSD 100% community built and 0% corporate influenced or pretty close? Honestly, I do not know all facts. I know that corporations do not invest too much into OpenBSD, but there should be something. However, in some notes, I saw some little companies investing. Do not remember like Microsoft, Google, stuff like that. These guys usually invest into FreeBSD. Game not full screen. Let's run again. Oh, now it's full screen. Where my mouse? Oh. Something wrong. I click settings and I got hard screen. This is less than ideal and now it's frozen. What happened? It crashed again. Okay, this works very good. Okay, now the next thing we do here. I have good ideas. Let's try to do this because we only need Nexus. Do we have DWM? Yes, we can do that. Let's see if this can be used automatically from SDDM. Yes, this worked. Okay. Password here. Companies that have consistently donated to FreeBSD Foundation include Beck, Hoff, Juniper, Netflix, Storm Shield, Tarsnap. But Wayland, why do we want Wayland? What is happening, guys? Why do we want that for a video game? I forgot which is shortcut for the menu. Like Alt space, no. Maybe super точка. No. Super Zaris. I forgot. Which buttons for... Oops. I got it somehow. Nexus GSDL. Okay, now works much better. Good. Let me see. Video. We push to the limits of this computer. This 8th gen Intel. We go full HD and apply immediately. Now sharp. Okay. Where is the frame rate counter? This important. Show net graph because we are on the phone. Miss, it says show current frames per second. Okay. Frames per second. Apply. Okay, single, multi. Let's try single first. The delay from the capture card not so bad. I think I can handle this delay. I can adapt my brain. Not very good, but playable. Okay. Why I have 11 concurrent viewers watch me talk bullshit? Cannot see FPS. Where is FPS? In the bottom corner. Ooh. Okay. I do not want to move my picture because I have it in very sweet spot. Or maybe if you maybe I can move my picture. Maybe not so bad. Why this picture not move? What is going on? Hold on. I cannot drag my picture. What is going on here, guys? Ooh, I know. Yes, I see the problem. Okay. Let's put here. This, okay. Effects on max. Why do we want max effects? This good frame rate here. Effects max damage game. Video. Texture compression. Compress texture for video cards with small amounts of media memory. Yeah, I think we need this here. And vertex buffer, I don't know. Wait for GPU. I don't know. Effectus on ultra. Apply immediately. Now we get not so good frame rate because this old computer. We have 20 FPS. This shit. This utter garbage. Utter garbage now. Game sucks. Not Nexus. The game sucks. Also, why I install Nexus? Why not the new game? What is the name of the new game? I got confused. Why did we install Nexus? What is the new one? Mushrooms told me. Maybe the new one is more optimized, you know, because this one is abandoned. No aiming possible with this mouse delay, but I can try. I can try. Not very possible, but practice makes the delay perfect. Yes, practice delay perfect. Oops. Yeah. Actual human would kill me like 34 times so far. This bot like made for my input delay. Yeah, you fragged the dart. Ah, Xonotic, yes. Xonotic, the game I need. Yep. P? Alt P. Okay, Alt P is run, new application. We need Alacrity. Okay, this download not extremely fast, but good enough. Yes, weird key combo. I have changed it to super R. Okay, I think the people got bored either from my stupid voice or the fact that I'm playing a video game. So, anyway, the game runs, so you should make BSD isolation next weekend. BSD isolation? We can't run. I really doubt that we can run alien isolation with BSD, or I don't know how much effort would that take. Neil Thompson says, from my understanding, the four most common BSD versions are Free, OpenNet, and Dragonfly. Have I got it right? From my perspective, it would be FreeBSD as the most commonly used one. OpenBSD, like 50% users compared to FreeBSD. And then NetBSD, like a tiny amount of users, like not almost very little. And the rest are whatever. I think I think NetBSD has some users just about so that you can say that they exist. Mm. There is the name is derived from the Japanese anime series Super Dimension Fortress Macross. This is what I didn't know. I always wondered why are they called Super Dimension Fortress. The original SDF server was a bulletin board system created by Ted for fellow Japanese anime fans. From its BBS roots, SDF has grown into a feature-rich provider serving members around the world. SDF provides free Unix shell access, web hosting, and many other features at the user membership level. Additional programs, capabilities, and resources are available at Patreon and sustaining level memberships. The SDF network of systems that serves its... Why I do not have camera? Here. Okay. The SDF network of systems that serves its memberships currently includes NetBSD servers, which... Oh, sorry. NetBSD servers for regular use running on DETS Alpha and AMD Opteron powered hardware, as well as retro computing environments, a Twinex system running the Panda distribution, 2 X-Scale Toad, 2 computers, a symbolic Genera system, and ITS system. There was something new in terms of hardware recently added, but I forgot what it was. In the beginning, SDF started with Linux, but they said there was something like too many attacks on them and was difficult to combat from Linux. But that was like more than 20 years ago when they switched to NetBSD as a better alternative for their use case. Now, I don't know whether they are defending from attacks in the way of security via obscurity, or is NetBSD? I mean, today it's difficult to say, but back in the day when they switched to NetBSD, I can imagine that it actually might have been better for internet servers. But right now, I don't know. Interesting that NetBSD is the most BSD of them all, speaking about 4.3 BSD heritage, yeah. Apparently, they didn't move much. There is a lot of infighting going on with the FreeBSD community. Not the bad kind of fighting, but reminds me a little bit of System D scenario, because FreeBSD is now switching from monolithic system base to package base, and it will become a little bit more like Arch Linux, I suppose. I mean, the package manager for third-party packages will now handle the base operating system package upgrades, and it will be a bit more like Linux, right? So there are some FreeBSD users who say thumbs up. The other ones are like, this is killing the BSD soul. Are you? Let me check. Sorry, I didn't see the chat. Neil Thompson, are you considering renaming your channel to Linux and BSD Renaissance? No. Linkarzu, bro, is late already. Go and ask the wife. Oh, you need the answer today. She's not at home yet. She is at the how is it in English? She has some classes where they're happening. When the classes are finished, she will come home, and then I can ask. The reason why I can stream for so long is because I'm allowed. But yeah, I'm going to answer as soon as she comes home. I was thinking maybe I could go somewhere else to participate in the live stream. Like, hello, you want to be on the live stream? Yes. You can be on live stream. It's all very good. We have only very big fat men watching me, and me also big fat, very ugly everything. No, not good, very text anything. I'm just kidding. I have been talking like this for 1 hour at least, and then I switch back to normal language, and then to the third language. It. Yes, people are going to sleep. It's okay. I loved reading Flame Wars about that idea years ago. I wonder what they are all saying now. Boss is not in the house yet. Yes, correct. There is a saying in my country: when the cat is not around, mice have party. Correct. Funny, but we have the same saying. Yes, funny, we have same saying in Croatia as well. Kad mačke nema, miševi kolo vode. Not sure how this sounds to Russian guy, but this is how we say it. Kot iz doma, miški I Pljaz, okay, cannot read this. Miški v pljajac. Pljajac. Free based. 01 says free based. Yeah, I've been putting on weight lately. Neil Thompson says he fat now. Xionotics done. Okay, let's run Xionotic by typing Xionotic and game runs. Very good, sir. Ne priča španjolski. Okay. Allow player statistics. Okay. Name. Your name. BSD. Okay. Not BSD, sorry. Where is delete? No delete works. Okay, save settings. You speak Spanish too, Dart? No, I cannot speak Spanish. I speak half Slavic, Croatian, Polish, Russian, like this. Then I can speak normal English language like I usually. And then I switch to the MMA fighting. What is the name? The Shockmaster, yes.
Shockmaster talks like this, you know. Ricardo, do you speak Spanish too? No.
Yes, that was the third language. All good. No. Here. No. No. Deathmatch join. Ooh, this very slow. You know 5 languages? No, only 2. Croatian, Serbian, Bosnian, this one language. Other one, English. Goodbye. Video max resolution. Where effectus. Set on ultra. It was low. Okay, now we set to ultra. Ooh, there goes the game. Where is the frame rate? Frames per second. Okay. 50, 60. Oh, this is better than the old game. The mouse slow. Settings. Input sensitivity. Let's put it here somewhere. I don't know. Oh, this a little bit better. Maybe even too fast now. Yes, but too fast. Settings, input, little bit less. Yeah, here should be okay. Never heard of Unreal Tournament. Remembers the planets with less gravity. Yes, Unreal Tournament, the boss of all arena shooters ever made. But in free software games, we have Xionotic. This one now best. Unreal Tournament dead. This one alive. We want is the vertical synchronization running? Maybe yes. This game better frame rate. Okay, video. Vertical not running. Okay, so we by accident on 60. Okay, effectus. Let's go high settings. Maybe we get better frame rate. We want above 60, so then we enable vertical sync and get even more input delay than we already have. Yes, so I want input delay to be better, so we switch it to low, get better frame rate. I still think the geography of Croatia is unique. There are not very many countries half wrapped around another country. That's why I asked whether Bosnia allows free passages across. Yeah. If you look up on the internet the history of Croatia, there was a time during the King Tomislav. The name Tomislav, he was one of our kings. And during his rule, the Croatia was round, and almost the entire Bosnia was actually Croatia, but without the Istria part. That's the how do you say this in English? Poluotok. Peninsula. Without the peninsula on the west side, northwest, that was Italy, and at some point we took that, so it's now Croatia, but I don't know what happened. Someone gave the when the foursome is scheduled. Foursome scheduled Friday at 3 a.m. your time. Game now works okay. Anyway, was there anything else that we wanted to do, or we shut down the stream? I think good enough, like 4 hours, 14 minutes, minus my exodus. So driver works fine. Yes, driver works fine. Is the boss? No, not back anymore. Not yet back. When the boss returns, I get expelled from my workroom, which is our bedroom. Perhaps one of the many end of World War I land transfer agreements. Yeah, I'm not that good with history, so apologies, but there was a lot of this stuff going on. And, a lot of Bosniaks actually feel like they are Croatians. And I'm not saying that this will happen, but if someone would say, okay, like half of the Bosnia goes back to Croatia, I think a lot of Bosniaks would say, okay. But you have Serbs Serbs in Bosnia that feel even more Serbian than actual Serbians themselves. These ones would not be very glad to transfer the land like that. There was a war here, right, in 1990, lasted 5 years, really ugly. So stuff happens, right? Do you play any online multiplayer games? We have to do a game stream someday. I don't play, but I can try someday. Can you, Linkarzo, can you play a game like this? So it's a small arena, and you can play like team versus team or individual versus individual. The goal is to get as many kills, and then you win, right? So this game works on everything. You can play it on your Mac. It's completely free. Free as in gratis and free as in free software. And has quite a live community. As I said, it works on any operating system. And it's very fun. I mean, it's actively being developed by the community who loves it. So all of the thumbs up I can give it. Not sure if it runs on a Mac. It should. It really should. Sonotic. Look, download for Linux, Windows, Mac. No problem, Mr. Lienkarzu. Just pick your poison here. Whichever you prefer. Even Flathub. Sonotic. Which one is downloading? Linux version, yes. Oh no, it's all of the what do you call them? It's all of the binaries in one zip, actually. How do you play privately? You just start a server within the game. It's very easy. I will show you. Xionotic here. Open with Arc. Where is my Arc? In my plasma frozen. Something not good. Something not reading very good. Okay. Then we close, but inside zip you have all of the binary that you can need. Where was I? HDMI capture. Okay, so now you leave campaign. Good. Then you press multiplayer. In multiplayer, you see these servers running right now. Okay, many of them. The more red, the worse ping it is. Speaking of ping, now I got my Arc unzipped. Xionotic dedicated exe file, SDL, SH. Yes, this is all binaries. Okay. Speaking of which, you and I, that's going to be a mess to play this kind of game cross-continent. Either you will have a very bad time with the communication delay, or I will. And not sure if we can handle that properly. But basically, you can just double-click on any server and join, unless it's password protected. Or you can create a server and choose the game mode, whichever you like. And you can put a password. If you want it to be private, just start multiplayer and everyone else will see your server and will be able to join or not join. That's all there is to it. What else could we play that is not ping? That is more like a long ping friendly. I don't know. I'll think about it. Do you need a public? No. The game has a server which it's very simple. The game has some kind of a server that deals with the with all of the servers, right? So if you're just joining the server, then you're just joining the server, okay? That's normal exit to the internet. If you're being a server, you still don't need anything special, because the game will use UPnP on your router to open ports 4 incoming connections, and it will contact the main server and advertise your server to everyone else. So if you have a really strict firewall, probably you're going to have to deal with that. But if you have a normal telecom provided router, chances are it has UPnP enabled, and it will open ports automatically. Yeah, I mean, the people will, if you're the server, people will connect to you. So the dog started barking. This could either mean intruder alert or wife home. Yeah, wife home. Okay. It's time to end the stream now, and thank you very much for watching. We are going to see each other some next time. I will answer Linkarzu stuff very soon, and good stuff. See you later.